Good morning. Good morning. I'm audible and visible. Yes, I am audible and visible. I can see that there. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We'll wait 2-3 minutes. Then we start our discussion for today. I'm good, Saurabh. I hope all of you are also good. Good morning. Good morning. Vikram, PTS would be, we started what? January or something, or late December. If I have I'll ask the team. If I have a definite date, I'll give it to you. All PTSs across all places, same period, that December, January-ish, 2 months. So by tomorrow, are we able to complete world history? Sure, why not? World history is till not tomorrow. Your last class, teaching class is on Monday, and your doubt session is on Tuesday. If needed, I can use that time to, though we are actually not back, not behind. We are exactly where we need to. So don't worry about that. Secret police killed Slompin because Rasputin was not happy that he was doing good for Russia. So in future also never a communist state. No, capitalism will always win, and that is the way it is. And you will see that is the way Europe was also. Good morning. Red Guard would be the paramilitary force of the Bolsheviks. That was a feature of most of the parties, that they had an armed wing. Yes, tomorrow, which is 4th, I've been pointing this out. 4th November, Saturday, 6 a.m. to 9:30 as always. We have class. This was part of the fact that Monday and Tuesday are the last class, but Tuesday is the doubt session. So any doubt you have developed whilst we are going forward, you can ask here. But straightforward, 4th November, tomorrow we meet again. Again, Chandu, for world history, I'm only asking you to refer to PPT. For modern, ancient, medieval, I will not do that. Yes, Anjali is the same exactly. Rasputin was a professed, he's a saint, basically the saint politician, if you want to say, was very influential vis-a-vis Nicholas II. Socialist ideology and implications in economy different because socialist economy has many flaws. No, if socialist economy is properly implemented, then it can work, but no country has ever properly implemented it. If you mix socialism with capitalism, it never works. And socialism never works in that regard. Please remember, tomorrow 6 a.m. we have class. Now, the agenda for today is very straightforward, which is that we'll first understand, this is the interwar period basically, 1919 to 1939. These 20 years, what was happening in red, not red carpet army, red army gets salaries, yes. 1919 to 1939, these 20 years, we have to discuss what are the treaties which happened. Then we have to discuss a very important concept, which is the Great Depression. And last but not the least, we have to discuss fascism. So the 3 points which you need to understand are all building up to the war which will start in 1939 and is considered till today the war which was extremely brutal, and close to 8 crore people were were affected, basically killed in the Second World War. So there are 3 contexts in which we need to discuss our interwar period. UPSC asked the latest question which came in 2022 was on the interwar period itself, because in the interwar period democracies were threatened across the world, and that is the question which was asked in the examination also. Now before I do that, we need to establish something. Which is that between 1914 to 1919 the following things have been, in a way. What about yesterday's PPT, Anjali? This part is from the yesterday's PPT only. Don't worry. So we did USSR, whatever we needed to do. So 1914 to 1919, we need to establish 2 to 3 very important things over which we will talk about the treaties. The first and foremost concept would be that the Treaty of Versailles had created a lot of resentment amongst the countries which lost or were also involved. What it will also do is it will create a confusing and problematic map. Central Europe will be established, and over and above that, socialism as an ideology will rise in the European political scene. And last but not the least, USSR represented a new system which was anti-capitalist, and Stalin wanted to spread communism ideology. These are the 4 points which we were discussing previously also, and we have established also. Does anybody have any issue in understanding these? Because these are things which we've discussed in the last 2 classes. That the map I'm going to discuss with you. Then I will discuss with you the problematic way. We've discussed socialism. We've discussed USSR. So are we clear with regards to how these 4 points add up? How these 4 points add up? That the Treaty of Versailles, I will tell you how resentment, which is not being happy with it, is amongst the countries which lost also, but also the countries which are involved. That being Italy. A very good example of that is being Italy. So now we have to understand what is happening in the political scene or scenario, or rather we'll say landscape, better word, landscape of Europe between 1919 to 1930. What is happening just after the war? Can I discuss this now? Because a lot of you are still joining in, a lot of you are still not here, but I will start because I'll not wait now. So, can we discuss political landscape of Europe between 1990 and 1930? Okay. Now, see, as soon as the 1919 the Treaty of Versailles is done, there are four very interesting developments. The first is called the Washington Conference. And the purpose of the Washington Conference, I'll not give you the year is given in the PPT. First, understand what it is. The Washington Conference had a very interesting purpose. And the purpose was what to do with German Pacific colonies. Who had been holding these colonies since the war? Very good. Japan. So now the US, UK, France, and the new guy in town, Japan, will figure out that let us divide these colonies amongst us. But the most important feature here is that Japan is now sitting with the same powers which were ruling in Asia. And this is called the Four Powers Pact. It's called the Four Powers Pact, which is that the Japanese will now basically become extremely aggressive and extremely confident that they are becoming a great power. Though they are not, but they are getting a table with the big boys, specifically the Americans, is a very big thing. So this is basically about who will divide what and what to do with these colonies. Thereafter, just immediately after that, there will be a Genoa conference, not Geneva, Genoa, in which France and Germany, along with the UK and the USA, needed to resolve boundary disputes. But what happens is that this conference is a failure because of the friction between France and Germany. So Germany and France generally don't see eye to eye as of right now. And the Genoa conference is not a success. It breaks down very quickly. So as you can see that as soon as the war was over, they are back to doing what the Europeans do well, which is treaty. This is the game of treaties which they do, which is do this treaty, do that treaty, do this conference, that conference. Same thing they do today. They will not do anything concrete, but they'll be happy to organize very, very big conferences, but have no tangible consequence out of it. But the most interesting development are the next two. The most interesting treaty which happened between two powers, unlikeliest of powers, is called the Rapallo Treaty. And the Rapallo Treaty was Washington Conference was them dividing their colonies. Was that Germany went into an alliance with USSR. Why did these two countries come together? Why? You don't have to, the treaties I'm writing down, you just need to know their names. That's it. Why did these two countries come together? Germany, we understand. But why is Germany and USSR going together? socialism, USSR was not called for USSR versus Russia, not considered by the West. No, see, the reason is both were humiliated and lost a lot of territory to the Treaty of Versailles. So now you can see common interest. You can see two powers which were constantly fighting between 1914 to 1919 now have come together, which is basically an anti-West stance. And this is a very, very, very interesting thing, wherein, as I told you, there are no permanent enemies and allies. And as of right now, Stalin is ready to uphold this part of the treaty. And the other interesting aspect was that USSR said that Germany does not need to pay any form of reparation to Russia. They said, we are brothers. I don't want anything. We will not take reparation from them. The USSR had already lost the Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland sector, and along with half of Poland was nothing but USSR. So Germany had lost territory, USSR had lost territory, and Germany was not allowed to develop arms and ammunition on its soil. So USSR said that you set up factories in USSR and you can produce what you want to produce in Russia rather than producing it in Germany. So try to understand this, that if you look at it, the point is that unlikeliest of countries can come together if they all are victims of the same issue. So Rapallo Treaty was a major development which will also make the West even more nervous, because one power which was humiliated and the other one which represents socialism have come together. But the most joke, or the biggest, what we call as drama, which was done in this era. Everybody's following me till this point? No issues. 3 treaties: Rapallo, Washington, and Genova. Don't have to learn this. I'm just telling you what they're doing. It's more about understanding what is happening. So the point is, Japan emerges as a major dialogue partner or as a major strategic partner of the West in that sense. The French and the Germans are still not very, very well when it comes to meeting together. Rapallo brings two people together, which is extremely rare, and they had a century of, or you can say at least 40 to 50 years of conflict, and they've come together because of the same concept itself. And what kind of government is in Germany? We'll discuss that. That's called the Weimar Republic. We'll talk about that later. And now comes the biggest drama of that period, which is called the Locarno treaties. Now, basically, Locarno Treaty was considered such a big drama that they are very famously called the Locarno honeymoon, wherein basically all the countries which came into existence, Czechoslovakia, Austria, Hungary, Poland, Germany, all these Central European powers, they will sign a treaty of non-aggression. So there will be multiple treaties of non-aggression, wherein they will say, no, we will not fight together. Hum saath saath hai. It's a very good, pure, very cozy family we have. And this cozy family, we will not fight with each other. We are the best. Locarno period is considered the Locarno honeymoon period. People thought that now war cannot happen only, because everybody is basically hugging each other and saying, we did wrong, we will not fight again. However, Locarno treaties were just a eyewash, just a drama. And basically, Germany and Poland already had a boundary dispute, which was not even discussed in this treaty. But the biggest moral victory which the Germans get is called the Young Plan. See, the Germans, how much reparation they had to give? How much reparation they had to give to the Europeans? 6,600 million pounds. Now Germany said to the Americans that it was ज़्यादा नहीं है. It doesn't. It this much damage was also not done. That basically you have a Maruti 800, you hit a car, and then you say that my damages is 10 lakh rupees. That car is not worth 10 lakh rupees. You are asking damages 10 lakh rupees. So what Germany said to the Americans is that can't you just reevaluate this amount, because we believe that it is too much. It does not justify the damage which was done to the world. So the Americans actually send a banker called Owen Young to go around in Europe and see the damages and see the level of destruction. And in a major moral victory, Young plan reduces the burden of 6,600 million to 2,200 million, which is 1/3 of the amount. And this was a major victory for Germans to show to the world that yes, the Treaty of Versailles was a very, very, very harsh treaty on us. This basically is a moral victory for the Germans, that we have been targeted and we have been victimized in this whole process, because you can see that the Americans agree that the amount is too big. It's too big. So when we talk about Europe at this point of time, we have a whole set of treaties which are happening. So wherein you have the Washington Conference. US and Japan wanted to discuss the relationship but also divide the Pacific colonies. And the Four Powers Pact, which happened in 21, Britain, France, and USA. These are not big things. But Japan sitting there is a very big thing. Then you have the Genova Conference. Genova Conference. And in this, it was about German-French hostility and border dispute. This failed generally. Then you have the most interesting treaty, which is the Rapallo Treaty, which is Germany and Russia together. Full diplomatic relationship was established. Reparation between them was cancelled. Germany allowed to build aircraft and arms in Russia. So the two countries which were left most vulnerable were now coming together. At the same point of time, now will happen the drama of 1925, which is called the Locarno honeymoon, wherein Germany, France, Belgium, Britain, Italy, Poland, Czechoslovakia all went into a mutual non-aggression pact. However, these treaties were seen as this period where nobody is going to fight with anyone. But we already know that there was a dispute which everybody ignored, and what is going to happen when Hitler is going to come to power. But the real victory for the Germans is the Young Plan of 1928, when the US committee under banker Owen Young will prepare this plan, and they will reduce the reparation to be given in the next 60 years to 2,200 million pounds. I'm going to come to what is Czechoslovakia, where did Czechoslovakia come from. Now, this is basically the transitionary period. If we understand this, I want to discuss the map of Europe. I've discussed this point. The basic conclusion of what happened between 1921 and 1928 is this. Try to understand. First, Germany and Russia are now, or temporarily, or we'll say circumstantially better, are now, based on circumstances, alliance partners. Second, a false sense of collective security develops, but disputes were there. And third, Germans had proved via Young Plan that Britain and France were not justified in humiliating Germany. Can we develop on these? We discussed 4 points here, and now we've discussed 3 points here. You don't have to learn these points. I'm just trying to create a context. The context to understand the Second World War. Are we clear with regards to the first 4 points we discussed, which is the Treaty of Versailles, the issues with the map? I'm coming to that. Socialism and USSR. And on the other hand, the German moral victory, Germany, Russia, and collective security issue. Why US will do this for the Germans? Because the US right now is a benevolent power. It is doing it thinking that I am the superpower. It wants to mediate. So it is the Americans want to show to the world that the British and the French are a problem also. So very simply, 1921-28, politically it is a period of false sense of happiness. That is the basic point. It's a false sense of happiness that now no war is going to ever happen. Now, if this is clear, I want to discuss the map of Europe and then go to the Great Depression. Okay. Yes, no, I have to say something. Now, this is the map. This is the map. Map created after Treaty of Versailles. And this map, did Britain and France are not going to agree on it. It's that now the Americans say this must the amount. Everybody has to accept it. This map I call the map of fragile democracies. The map of fragile democracies. Now try to understand. See, the country USSR was given USSR. The border of USSR was shifted, and this is a way of basically victimizing also the Russians for the concept of socialism, and this will become basically the USSR boundary. And out of the USSR will come out Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and half of Poland was basically USSR. So the USSR was going into the Rapallo Treaty because it felt victimized. It felt victimized because all of these zones which have been created, these zones were previously part of the USSR. So they were made to come out of the USSR as a way of punishment. So the USSR was not in a position, and you can imagine that the USSR had fought very, very, very violently and with a lot of conviction between 1914 and 1917. But just because it represented a new concept, which is socialism, they very categorically targeted the Russians. So the Russians, Stalin specifically, will start to hate the West for that. That they went into a civil war because of that. And they went into a civil war generally, and more than that, they lost a lot of territory to the what we call as the West as a form of revenge. Now, Germany became this sector. Not even this line goes from here. And what was done was that this part of Poland this part of Poland was basically created out of the German sector. So this part of Poland was made out of the German sector. So you can see Poland basically was created by taking away the land or the territory from Germany and USSR both. And that would explain why both of them would want to go into an alliance, because the both gave up a lot of territory to create Poland. So now this new entity, which is called Poland, was nothing but a creation of two different states giving up territory. So you can see that Germany has very quickly, very quickly shrunk. And if you remember, this area, Alsace and Lorraine, was also given back to the French. They had already been dying for it, and they had already been basically creating an issue that Alsace and Lorraine is French area. So Alsace and Lorraine, France gains. However, the biggest loser in the Treaty of Versailles was Austria-Hungary. Because whatever you see here used to be the Austrian-Hungarian Empire. This used to be the Austrian Empire. And what they will do is that they will create different sectors out of this whole area, wherein now Austria will be this small part. Then you will also get Hungary. Then you will get Transylvania. Thereafter, Czechoslovakia and Glacia. And the problem in this type of division is that the Czechoslovakian sector had all the industries of Austria, while Austria and Hungary were literally dying of hunger because they were fully agrarian. So the division was not proper. So this is the zone which is basically problematic, because this is also a multi-ethnic zone, which I will discuss with you. It's a multi-ethnic zone. Multiple ethnicities: Czechs, Slovaks, Slovenes, Serbs, Croats, Germans, everybody is packed into this area. And in order to stabilize the Balkan sector, there was one entity which was created in the Balkan area sector south, wherein this area was initially called as the Kingdom of Serbs and Croats and Slovenes, but later it will be consolidated by a dictator and it will be called Yugoslavia. And basically it included Serbia plus Croatia and parts of Bosnia along with it. So if you look at this map, does it actually make sense to create such a big jigsaw puzzle in Central Europe? After you have gone through a very bad war, would you like to create such a big jigsaw puzzle? The Austrian territories were divided into, independent. They are independent nations. Independent nations. And this is the point you need to also understand. That this is a mindless understanding of how you create a map. These are, I'll tell you the nature, these are democratic nations, yes. The problem is that they are ethnically diverse. I'll discuss the problems. But first, you need to understand how this is basically recipe for disaster. And you will see this recipe for disaster will prove also. Yes, Yugoslavia was also an independent country. How Serbia is coming out of Yugoslavia. Serbians were inside Yugoslavia. Serbians were punished by putting them into a bigger unit that is called the Kingdom of Serbs, Slovaks, and Croats. And later it will basically become a Yugoslavian sector when a dictator consolidates this area. See, understand this point. When you have very, very dangerous provisions such as the Treaty of Versailles, you do not surround a country like Germany, which is extremely powerful, by countries which don't know what they're actually doing. So, if this map makes sense to you, I want to discuss the issue of fragile democracies, which is basically going to be about their nature of these states. Serbia now got access to the Adriatic Sea, but now they're not the ones who are running the government itself. Okay. Now, are we clear with regards to the map? Yes or no? That which is a different concept altogether. Poland and Germany we'll discuss. Okay. Now if I go to this area itself, if I zoom into this area, see, Bolshevism or socialism had already started to become a problem because Stalin did not want to restrict Bolshevism or communism to USSR. He will have the first Comintern, which is this Communist International. It's a very big conference. Even Indian leaders went and attended it, wherein they wanted to see how socialism works and what should be the model of socialism. But what was more dangerous was that across the major cities in Europe, socialist parties were emerging. So now there was a great suspicion with which Europe was looking at Russia, and Russians were not invited to the Treaty of Versailles for the same reason. For the same reason, they were not even given access to the League of Nations till 1934. This point I've already told you that very simply. The issue is that the West sees socialism as a problem, so they punish USSR for the same in that sense. But what is more important to me is this whole sector: Austria, Hungary, Romania. See, the first you need to understand is these are independent nations. Serbia, most of this Serbian sector, which you see here, was added to a larger unit which is called Yugoslavia. Basically, it was not called Yugoslavia, was called the Kingdom of Slovenes, Slovaks, and Croats. But later, they basically became Yugoslavia under one dictator. Now, this is the characteristic which you will see in most of these sectors. See, when I talk about Austria and Hungary, these two countries, the problem is the League of Nations is the organization which was created after the Treaty of Versailles. Think of it, it is the precursor of the UN. Now, when we talk about Austria-Hungary, the issue is that they have no industries and basically they are non-economically viable states. This sector, which you see here, the Austrian and Hungarians are generally having only agriculture, no industries. On the other hand, Czechoslovakia was the one which had 3/4 of all the industries of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And this was a very, very economically powerful country. But the problem with Czechoslovakia was different. The problem with Czechoslovakia was that it was extremely ethnically diverse. It has Slovaks, Slovenes, Czechs, Germans, and it even has some Romanians, etc. And the power in this area is basically given to the Czechs and the Slovenes. The Czechoslovakian sector, consisting of certain parts of what we call as the Czechs, Slovaks, Germans, Hungarians, Ruthenians, Poles, and even Romanians and Jews coming together. It was a partnership where the Slovaks and the Czechs are together. That is the basic point. So when you have 8 minorities, only 2 have power. They are the only one which actually were able to survive as democracy. But when you have too many ethnic minorities, you don't try to give them democracy when they have no experience of democracy, because this only leads to conflict. A very good example of this is going to be Yugoslavia. It will consist of Serbia, Montenegro, Croatia, Slovenia, and Dalmatia. And it was initially called the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. However, the power was given to the Serbians. So if you are a Croat and if you are a Slovene, would you be happy with this type of power sharing? Would you be happy with this type of power sharing? No. And this discrimination will lead to these Croatians asking for a kingdom. And when the Republic of Croatia was being created, Yugoslavia will be created by a dictator. He will consolidate this sector and thereafter rename it as Yugoslavia. So you can see this country started as a democracy and ended as a dictatorship. Ended as a dictatorship. This is the fragility of democracy, and this is the concept of fragile democracies. That even if you look at the Polish sector, Poland was also having a very long struggle with the Russians to get independence. They had an issue with Danzig city and Danzig generally with the Germans itself. And again, it is the Polish invasion by Hitler which will start the war. The conclusion which we need to come to vis-a-vis fragile democracies is that all these states have been created with no democratic experience. The only democracy to survive was Czechoslovakia and Poland in that regard. The problem is there is too many nationalities and they're unrepresented. So Croats in Yugoslavia, Slovaks and Germans in Czechoslovakia, and therefore boundary disputes were also something which plagued this whole area. What I want to argue before I talk about the Great Depression, Nazism, Fascism, is that let's establish the political scene. Let's try to understand Europe on the eve of rise of fascism. Can I do that? Can I bring all these points together? Let's try to understand everything. How Serbia became the Kingdom of Serbia, Croatia. Serbia was not asked. It was forcefully added to a bigger unit. Now, Finland, Latvia, Estonia were stable. But the problem will be, you will see that when the Cold War politics will happen, just as the war will get over, Russia will enter into these territories. So though they are too far away from Germany to do anything, but these will remain stable right now, but not later. We'll talk about that. Poland existed. Poland officially as a country with a demarcated boundary came into existence only after the Treaty of Versailles. They had a kingdom which used to fight with the Russians, but proper official Republic of Poland or whatever you want to call it came after the First World War. Now, understand these points. What is Europe right now? Europe, some countries hate the Treaty of Versailles, messed up map of Central Europe, fragile democracies with ethnic diversity, underrepresentation or other non-representation of minorities in the power politics, socialism or Bolshevism is rising and socialist parties emerge all across Europe. Germany was humiliated beyond exception and treaties were giving false sense of security. Can we come to these points? Can we come to these points as a conclusion of the discussion between 1914 and 1928? Can we come to this conclusion? Anybody has any issue in any of the arms which have been created? Because now then I will transition into something very interesting, which is Great Depression. So these all basically become causes for the Second World War. You can write any of them, but this is basically the causes for the Second World War. This is the pretext in which the Second World War is going to happen. When it was a democracy, why? It was, they used to call it a kingdom. The Europeans are dumb. That is the conclusion. It is a democracy, but it's not a kingdom. Sure, why not? So the point is that this is the context in which two very big things will happen in Europe, and that is Great Depression. And Palak, you don't have to note them down. You will get it as part of the annotated PPT. One is going to be the concept of Great Depression, and second is going to be the concept of what we call as rise of fascism, and that will in turn lead to a series of events which will trigger the Second World War. So why Russia accepted the creation? It's not about accepting. When Britain, France, and US are involved, nobody was accepting nothing. They were being forced to do it. Please understand this point. None of this is being done through consent. Europe is like this, and Britain, France, and Treaty of Versailles is like that only. The Germans did not accept anything. They were forced to do it. So again, innocence is there, which you need to bring out. I will tell you what is fascism. First, let me teach you Great Depression. Then I will tell you what is fascism. Can we transition to Great Depression? Bolshevism is rising and socialist parties are emerging or emerge all across Europe. Okay. Now, let's talk about the Great Depression. Why did they mess up the map? Because that is what they know how to do. The Europeans have never created a very, very good map of anything ever. Be it India, be it China, be it whole sector, Southeast Asia, be it Central Asia. Wherever they've been, everywhere they've created mess only. Okay, now, before I go into the Great Depression, I'm going to tell you something, and there's a disclaimer which you need to understand. Now, concentrate. I'll say something very straightforward to you, which is that I know that you know economics. I know that you know economics. I know that some of you are so competent and you can be governors of the RBI. And I have no doubt in your economic capability. In your economic capability. So that has already been established. No less than Manmohan Singh, LPG, you change India. Yes, I get it. I totally get it. However, for the discussion I'm having with you, keep your inner Manmohan Singh outside. First. Second, I am not asking you the solution for the Great Depression. Neither is Europe, because it has already happened. So don't tell me, sir, they should have exported. This is this nominal. Start to give me formulas. I don't care, because what I am telling you happened, and it happened in a certain sequence. And like you did not exist in 1929, and that is the biggest issue. So your Keynesian economics does not exist at this point of time. So when I will tell you about the concept of the Great Depression, don't put your Manmohan Singh hat and start to think, how could I solve it? It is not an ethics question, it's a historical event. If that is acceptable to all you doctors of economics, then I would like to discuss the Great Depression. Yes? Okay, very good. Now, in order to understand the Great Depression, you need to understand two concepts. And this concept is based on what we call as domestic overproduction and a very important chase which is there in this world. The chase is that demand and supply have a very problematic relationship. In a way that demand can increase quickly. Pay attention. Demand can increase quickly. However, supply can't do that. So there is a perpetual chase between supply and demand, wherein supply will always keep on chasing demand, and it may exceed or have a deficit, but there will never be a match between these two. There will always be a mismatch. Yes. There will always be a mismatch between demand and supply, because demand can change in 1 second, but supply can't. Very simple example is, on national television, I say, with this pen, if you write in the examination, it automatically writes a mains answer for you. Now, what is going to happen is that the demand for this pen is going to go up from maybe 10 to 11 lakh overnight. However, the pen manufacturer does not have the capability of scaling the production from 100 to 11 lakh in one night. So the problem is that now the supply is very less and the demand is too much. And maybe by the time the supplier is able to reach to a point where he has made the capability of writing 11 lakhs or producing 11 lakhs, you realize that this pen does nothing. So the demand is going to go down from 11 lakh to 0 overnight. And that is now a problem, because the supplier can't reduce the production from 1 lakh pieces a day to 0, because that is not how supply works or production works. Now, this concept of supply and demand and the concept of domestic overproduction is something which you need to also understand is at play when it comes to Europe at this point of time. Let us try to understand something which was happening. If you understand the concept, then I will tell you this is happening in America specifically. So let's talk about jeeps. Jeeps, what cars, whatever you want to call, jeeps are used by the army. And we have, for example, 50 units, 100 units, 50,000 units. On the other hand, you have the years 1912, 1914, 1916, 1918, 1919, 1925, 1927, 1929. Now, can anybody tell me that the demand for jeeps will go up or down because of the war? Can go from up and down. Up. Very good. So let's assume that the demand for jeeps was 50 units. And I know it is a downward sloping slope and upward sloping. I don't care about that. I want to do it in a way you understand it. So demand curve is like this, supply curve is like this. If the demand was, for example, from 50 till 1914, there was an exponential rise in the number of jeeps which was needed or asked. And from just 50 per annually, they now needed 50,000. Why demand is going up leads to destruction of market. Tulsi, live example in front of you. Now, 19, because it's an artificial increase. 1914, it starts to rise, will peak in 1917. But as soon as the war will be over, what is going to happen to demand? As soon as a war is going to over, what is going to happen to demand? Very good. The demand will fall and now come to a lower point than what it was. So while they started at 40, 50 units, maybe the demand is only 30 units annually now, because everybody already has too many Jeeps. And this is basically a demand curve which represents the exponentiality or the quickness of demand changing. However, that is not the way how supply works. Let's take this as given that maybe the supply was meeting the demand before the war, or there was more or less constant these two. However, as soon as the war will ask for more Jeeps, this is the supply curve, this is demand. Supply will take time in reaching the maximum quantity they can produce. And in this phase, they would be opening new factories, more people are employed, new resources mobilized. However, by the time supply will meet demand, demand will fall and supply cannot change so quickly. Because supply has factors of production which in a way need to figure out themselves. And this phase there is unemployment, factories shutting down, people losing jobs. However, this area which you see here represents what is called domestic overproduction, wherein the supply exceeds demand. So though you have to change your demand or you have to change your supply, there is still overproduction. The demand is for 30 units, still you are producing maybe 40,000 units. And a very good example of this is in front of you right now. A very good example of this is in front of you right now, of how domestic overproduction or how supply and demand chase each other. I'll come to this graph again, but does this make sense? That supply and demand are perpetually chasing each other. And the point is that domestic overproduction is bound to happen when demand changes too quickly. Now, I was going to give you an example of this, and the best example of this is onions. Right now, you would have seen onions are at the peak of 80-90 rupees per kg. And this is always the story of India when it comes to onions, because this is the story of supply and demand. Why is that? It is only after the Navratri that onions become so expensive. And the reason is very straightforward. See, for example, if there was a certain demand of onions which was there during the period where, now, for example, let's take 50 quintals as the demand. During Navratri, it falls. But as soon as Navratri comes, demand increases exponentially. But during Navratri, what happens is that before this period rises, the supply is reduced. And what will happen is that by the time the supply of onions is going to be there, the demand for onion is going to go down. And then you will see in the news farmers throwing their onions on the highways. Because very simply, when there is a lot of demand, the supply of onions can't change, which is the period right now. Because anticipating the lull of what we call as, or the lower demand of Navratri, the onion sowing was lower. But now when they started to increase, the increase will happen in a certain time period. Onions can't be grown overnight. And by the time they will meet that demand, there will be no real demand for it. And now from 80 rupees, they will go to 8 rupees. And then the farmer will say that if I was anticipating 80 and I'm getting 8 rupees, they will start to throw the onions because they're worthless. This perpetual thing happens in most of the commodities in India, but top, which is tomato, onion, and potato, very, very sharply it happens. That is, this whole concept is based on this only, which is this perpetual chase of demand and supply. Now, can I go back to Europe and discuss another important concept with you? And then we can talk about America and discuss the Great Depression. Cold storages and all. Again, you are trying to give me a solution. I don't want a solution. There is export also as a solution, importing also as a solution, but it's a hypothetical situation. So don't try to give me a solution. We are not talking of solutions. We're talking of the issue. Okay, now the last thing which I want to discuss with you, you understand what is domestic overproduction and you understand what is the concept of demand and supply. Yes or no? Yes. Now, I'll give you a scenario. If the base year of this company, for example, this Jeep company, was 1912, the base year is 1912, and if I open the annual report of this company in 2023, the annual report is going to show me positive growth or negative growth, or it will show me a positive picture or a negative picture. No, the people who are saying negative, you're forgetting about something called the base effect. You're forgetting about the concept of base effect. See, what is base effect? If I was producing in base year 50 units, and throughout 1919 and 1925, I am having 40,000 units, 30,000 units, 20,000 units, 10,000 units. Are these units more than 50? You don't have to look at the demand, you have to look at the supply curve. Is it more than 50? Yes. So when my denominator remains 50, and any number which is there between 1919 to 1925 is still hovering between 10,000 to 40,000, then wouldn't it give, when it comes to percentage change or percentage of profit or percentage growth, still a positive picture? This is called base effect. This is, you all are economists. You have done it. You've done it for the Indian economy. So base effect is, this is a very core economics concept. Base effect is, for the people who are forgetting that they're Manmohan Singh, try to understand this point. Base effect is when there is a negative trend in production. However, still, because the base is based on a certain year when the production was much, much, much lower, In a declining phase also, the company may show positive growth. So year on year, there may be negative, but over the way a company establishes its growth would be that, okay, yes, our growth in 1918 was 150%, but we are still growing at 60%. But that is not growth in 60%. That is basically not positive growth. That is a illusion which is created by base effect. And again, I'll give you a very live example of it. You would have been hearing that the Indian economy has been growing at 29%, at 28%, at 18%. But is the Indian economy actually going at 29%, 28%, 18%? No. This 29, 28, and 18% which you come through is because base year is in COVID-19. So if my base year is 2020 and 2019, where I had negative 50% growth, and if I have next year after in 2021, 27% growth, am I actually in positive? Am I actually in positive? Here you can see year on year it is can be problematic. Base, because of base, this is not the issue. Our base is 2011. But the point I'm trying to argue here is that when you look at economic data, always try to see it through a lens of base. It's not confusing, Mega. It's very straightforward. If in 2020 I had minus 50, Mega, please pay attention. Minus 50% I had growth of the economy. And next year I grow at 30%. Is my economy actually growing at 30%, or it is still at minus 20? It is still at minus 20. This growth which you see as 30% is actually just compensating for the minus 50%. But if I had to go and say to my investors that, see, my company is showing 30% growth, this is why economics data is always seen with a pinch of salt. What is the bear? Is it year on year? Is it based on a base which is very old? That all matters. That all matters. So I don't, yes, comparative growth. The point is, I am not here to teach you base effect. I'm just trying to ask you one thing, that if I'm an investor who is putting my money into the stock market, would I be fooled to think that there is positive growth still in the economy? Yes, perfect. Yes, I will be in a illusion that there is positive growth. That is the only thing which I'm trying to say. Again, don't ask me how. Because of base effect. Again, we are back to square one. If in 1919 and 1925, I'm still showing 80% growth, 70% growth, doesn't my annual report show growth? See, you and me know what the Great Depression happened. But if you are a layman, if I ask you to put in the money into any company today in the stock market, can you predict the stock market? What will you do? You will do your research. You will go through the annual reports. So when you will go through the annual reports, I am seeing positive growth. But is that positive growth actually real? No, because the base is so low that anything over it is growth. So very simply, can be helpful in showing recovery in economy. Showing recovery, but it is not recovery. Again, this is not economics, it's history. First things first, overproduction and the concept of demand supply was explained to you. And therefore, after that, I have taught you what is called base effect. Okay, Tulsi, you're not trying to understand base effect. Let's give you an example which a UPSC aspirant will understand very well. Right? You'll no, not understanding, no issues. No, not Manmohan Singh. Now listen to me. 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. I look at your report card and I look at your marks in history. Now in 2011, you scored 10 out of 50. Now, you scored, for example, 12 out of 50. Then you scored 20 out of 50. Then you scored 30 out of 50. But then you again scored 15 out of 50. And you scored 20 out of 50. Tell me, if my reference point is 2011, have you been doing well? Yes, because all of these marks are more than what you scored in 2011. However, in reality, are you actually doing well? No, because you increased, but you are decreasing now, or have decreased to the levels which you were. Because my base remains the same, my growth and my assessment is morphed or distorted, and basically that is called the concept of base effect. Now I can't dumb it down than this. That is the basic point. This should have been something which you know, but again I'm trying to explain it to you. Now does everybody understand base effect? Because it is very important in understanding what is happening in the stock market in America. Okay. Now, we understand domestic overproduction. We understand the concept of base effect, and we understand the concept very straightforward of how all of this is spread across a certain period and demand supply try to chase. Now we are going into the Great Depression, how it actually happened. In order to understand that, we need to go to the USA. Because the one country which profited the most out of all of this was America. All of this was America. And because America was the creditor and the most economically sound, and more than that had generated a lot of profit, it was connected to all markets of Europe. So basically the New York Stock Exchange was, Wall Street was linked to all the stock exchanges, London, France, all of them. Now, the first thing which happens in America between 1919 and 1939, and very specifically between 1930, not 939, 29, and specifically between 1920 to 29, is that there is domestic overproduction. America had been a supplier of the Allies, and basically production capacity was very high, but demand was falling. Was falling. Now, basically, domestic overproduction creates a what we call as a dangerous cycle, or which is called the vicious cycle. That cycle is very straightforward. Domestic overproduction leads to unemployment, or people getting fired. With that, consumption goes down because no income. If consumption is going to go down, demand will further fall. And when demand will further fall, supply needs to fall. And that will create again the cycle of unemployment. This is called a deflationary or recessionary spiral. This is called a recessionary spiral. And if you do not stop it, you will very simply go into a very major recession. So demand falls, supply has to fall, people lose their jobs, further there is unemployment. The unemployment rate will keep on increasing. That will bring, this will keep on increasing, this will keep on decreasing, this will keep on decreasing, and this will keep on increasing. Or rather, this will keep on decreasing, which is supply. Supply will constantly try to arrest or try to respond to demand in that sense. This is called a deflationary cycle. And in America, between 1920 and 29, this cycle was emerging. Anybody has any issue in understanding this? It's called a recessionary spiral or recessionary cycle. You want to, that's not of any purpose to you, it's for your understanding. Anybody has any issue, say yes or no. Technical aspect, after this we go down to discuss Mussolini and after example, which is basically, after this we'll discuss Mussolini and Hitler. That's a separate issue altogether. Okay, now as Raghu Ram Rajans and Manmohan Singh of this class, how do you stop a deflationary cycle? Or how do you stop a recessionary spiral? What is the best known solution? Now I'm asking for a solution. Best known solution of a deflationary cycle. Very good, Vetri. Very good. You don't increase money supply. That will be even more dangerous. Reduce interest rates, printing money, infuse money, invest, increase government. Yes. The best known solution is that when the private sector cannot spend, government needs to spend. It's called public capital expenditure. See, the issue is that there are no jobs because there is no demand. So the best known way of stopping, you all are correct, but the best known way of stopping a deflationary cycle is public expenditure, which is government spending so that the demand and the jobs are created in the public sector or in the government sector. So in America, the best thing could have been that the American state or their governments, the central and state government, could have created more public works, could have created more public asset creation, and by doing that they would have been able to very simply arrest this decline and create jobs in the public sector. Agreed? Yes, you all are right, this, that, infusion of money, but infusion of money is a complicated matter when it comes to a situation like this. The easiest example would be government creating demand. That is the basic point. Because the government creates income or government creates assets which can create income for the people, you have to stop consumption going down. That is the problem, right? Because consumption is going down, that is why unemployment is increasing. Because in that whole concept, you have to stop the consumption going down, demand going down further. So in America, there is a mismanagement of this crisis as the solution for such consumption decrease could have been government expenditure and government creating jobs. However, neither the state governments or the central government had the capacity to create jobs or spend on asset creation. So one solution which we worked out does not work. Does not work because they don't have that much power itself. They don't have that much money. The state and central governments are not in a position to do it themselves. Now, when you have too much, yes, sure, side effects of capitalism, that's why. No, it's not mixed economy. Public expenditure is not about being socialist. Public expenditure is standard, happens in capitalist countries also. But for that, the government needs money. Now, if you have too much of anything in an economy and there's no demand in your domestic economy, what do you do with that commodity? You export. India also does it. At one point of time, what is going to happen is when that the farmers will start to throw the onions on the streets, the government of India will say, okay, increase the export capacity of onion so that it can go out of India. And right now, because there is so less supply, India will import. But that's a separate issue altogether. So the second solution for domestic overproduction could have been export. Now, the solution for domestic overproduction could have been export of the overproduced commodity. However, this was also not possible because during and after the war, America had a tariff barrier and protectionist policy in their foreign trade. So basically, custom duty was very high. Now, if I am Britain, who has been fighting the war, is in a recessionary trend myself, and I want to send things to America, and America says, no, you cannot import anything into America, would you be happy as a European country? So basically what happens is Europe responds by setting up their own protectionist barriers. So can America export to the Europeans? So now if you look at it, this is a moment of overheating. The economy is overheating. It is in a deflationary cycle. Consumption is falling down. Government can't do anything. And they can't export also. So that domestic overproduction is still in the economy itself. Now, this is the last point, and this will explain to us why would the Great Depression happen. Now, there are two types of people in the market. One is called a short-term investor and a long-term investor. For example, you want to buy Tata shares, you want to buy Reliance shares. You are a long-term investor. You don't want profit at the short term. You will buy that share right now, and after maybe 10-15 years, you will then try to sell it when it is at a better price. But short-term investors in the market are called speculators. Speculator or speculation is the concept wherein people try to push in money quickly and try to get short-term profit, short-term gain. So they will buy one stock today and then sell something tomorrow. Then they will buy something here, then they will buy something there. Keep on sitting. Short-term trading they will do. You may have friends like this. You may have YouTubers who talk like this. But the point is, speculation is a very dangerous thing. You can profit here, but you can also be in a loss very quickly because you are speculating what is happening. So, for example, something happened in America, you think that demand will increase, so you buy that stock. Maybe that does not affect India itself. So, very simply, in trading, there is a short-term investor, there's a long-term investor. And speculators in that regard has to be a very important concept when it comes to the Great Depression. You understand what is a speculator? Rashida, economics or history, it's like this only. This is basically economic history. Okay. Now, pay attention to what I'm going to say. I was a steel company in 1912. My stock was $2. Was $2. Anshu, the third point is export cannot be done because both America and Europe have closed themselves. Now, steel company, I have a stock price of $2. Now, between 1914 and 1918, my stock price will go up or down. Stock is share, yes, shares. What you say, shares, yes. Will go up. But steel is needed for making equipment. So between 1914 to 1918, my stock price went from $10 and now it is valued at $100. That is valued at $100. By the end of the war, my share in this steel company, if I want to buy one share, it is $100. But is this growth natural? Is this growth natural? No. This is an artificial spike. It's an artificial spike, as we call it, financial bubble. This is what Robert Clive did. This is basically a fiscal bubble, wherein they are artificially inflated. Now, between 1918 and 1925, this stock price remains more or less constant. And people still believe that this company can survive because of base effect based data. So people have an artificial idea or are in an illusion that this company is still profiteering or is still profitable. But very simply, you know that after 1982 to 1925, the base effect is showing positive growth, but which is base maybe when the base was 1912, sure. but the real growth is actually not happening. Now, what happens is there were a lot of speculators in the American economy. There were a lot of speculators in the American economy. Between 1918 and 1928, they were ready to keep their stock because they thought that the American economy is healthy. But as soon as the speculator sees the three major red flags, which is domestic overproduction, says that the government isn't spending, and sees that export is falling, now these are enough for a speculator to very simply understand that the golden period is over. And in 1929, on the fateful day of 29th October 1929, which is called Black Tuesday, there will be a rush to sell stocks because the speculators wanted to take out their money out of the market. And this will create a major burst of the fiscal bubble which had been created between 1919 and 1929. And as soon as a company whose stock was £2, will it be able to give each and every company or each and every investor $100 when they are trying to sell their stock? No. And this will basically bankrupt multiple companies, and this will be the starting of the Great Depression, wherein the New York Stock Exchange will collapse. In turn, because the New York Stock Exchange was connected to all other economies, the whole world will go into a recession because the Wall Street had collapsed. Now, what I want to do is I want to give you a break here. After the break, I'll read out everything what I've taught through the PPT, and then we can move to fascism. Acceptable? But did this make sense? That how speculation was the base of American boom, and basically when the people will see that the economy is overheating and they will take out money out of the economy or from the stock market, that will lead to the crash and in turn start the Great Depression. Done? Perfect. So you keep all your questions with you. When we come back at 7:45, we will discuss this story forward. Yes, great. See you. Okay, welcome back. Nikhil, I'll tell you that don't worry. How do you prepare for world history? I'll give the strategy in the last class. Don't worry about that. Nikhil, you can email me. I'll if you don't get a call, if you are not able to connect to mentors, you can email me. I'll get it connected. How America incident led to depression in complete world. If you are the creditor of the world, if a bank fails in America, it will fail basically for everyone in the world. I'm going to come to what actually depression means or what it did. So I'll just let me discuss that. You will understand how it will lead to a cascading effect. See, just to repeat what I've taught you, but for that I had to give you a lot of context. Is that see, there will be domestic overproduction in America. A lot of profit was made between 1910 and 1920s. However, by 1930s arriving, it became apparent that huge stocks of good were there. Manufacturing activity started to decrease, and huge layoffs will start, which will in turn lead to further demand to increase and a vicious cycle of deflation. At the same point of time, the US president, along with the states, did not manage this very well. President Hoover said that the company should not fire, but the companies had to fire. And the governments did not have enough money for public works itself. And therefore, the US will also erect new tariff barriers to protect its agricultural economy. And the European countries will retaliate by doing the same. Now, the falling exports, wherein domestic economic boom had led to a lot of protectionist barriers by America. Foreign countries could not make any money in the American market. So therefore, to deter that, the foreign governments will try to encourage their economies to protect themselves and discourage American imports. And therefore, many countries will erect a what we call as protectionist tariff barrier for American imports. So now exports also cannot happen. Now, the fourth thing was, which was the principal cause of the depression to happen, was speculation, which is that there was great speculation rush in 1929. The stock market was valued at a higher rate than what it was, fiscal bubble. And the banks, and this is the biggest issue, see, the banks take your money and invest it. And in America, there was no regulation that the banks could not invest as an investor in the market. So basically, they had taken everybody's savings and put it into the market. And when there will be the first sign of stress, huge stock of shares will be sold, and that in turn will lead to the market crashing. So the war consumerism allowed America to become what it was. However, there was a slowing down of the selling of stocks by September of 1929. And this led to a rumor that the boom was over. And by 29th October 1929, there was a catastrophic fall in the listed stock price of the New York Stock Exchange of the Wall Street. And this will be called the beginning of the Great Depression with the fall of or the crash of the Wall Street. Now, how does it affect everyone? It affects everyone because firstly, people who had invested in the market, from investing 5 lakhs, now your value of that 5 lakhs is 5,000 rupees. But the biggest issue was that thousands of banks will very simply shut down because of bank run. Now people did not trust the economy. Whatever the banks had, people took out at one time. Everybody takes out money out of the bank will not survive. At the same point of time, the banks had also lost people's money in the market. They had nothing to give. So thousands of companies will go bankrupt and thousands of banks will get bankrupt. And therefore, because the US was the largest economy and integrated with everyone, these were the same banks who had paid loans to the other countries. Now they will not be able to send any money, and therefore there's a cascading effect, and therefore the world will see an effect of the US economy crashing. The same thing which happened in the recession of 2008, America was the epicenter for this. Now, I want to tell you one thing and I want to ask you something. See, war is why never good for an economy, because war leads to artificial increase. That is the biggest issue of war, that it always leads to artificial increase. Whenever the war demand will go away, the economy will self adjust itself, and that will in turn lead to a crash. But the point is, if there is a great depression, if there's a great depression, and people are now facing unemployment, people are now facing distress, tell me which ideology will become relevant with the market crashing and great depression? Socialism and Marxism. Now, what socialism will say is that हमने तो बोला ही था, we told you that capitalism can only work in boom bust, boom bust, boom bust, and therefore capitalism is inherently flawed. So now the consequence of all of this is, before we go to fascism as a concept itself, what the consequence is a very simple, straightforward thing, which is that now I'll bring everything together. If you add to the fragile democracies plus messed up map plus socialism as an ideology plus false collective security, add to it the Great Depression, and you have a situation in which Europe is politically fragile, economic distress, and workers distress, and in turn what you will get is socialism becoming more relevant, and and capitalism is threatened. Can we come to this conclusion? And this is the context in which fascism rises. And I have to now tell you what is fascism. Are we clear with regards to the left hand side of this concept? All of this is the causes. All of this is the causes. If I have to write the causes of the Second World War, please pay attention again. False collective security means everybody thinks everything's fine, but that it isn't fine. If I had to discuss the causes of the Second World War, first would be the Treaty of Versailles. Then second would be fragile democracies. Third would be socialism and Russian Revolution. Fourth would be false sense of security. Fifth would be Great Depression. And sixth would be fascism. Now, if you understand the first five, I want to discuss Mussolini and Hitler with you. Yes? Socialism and Russian Revolution. You will see why socialism. I will discuss why socialism. Because socialism is the reason why Hitler and Mussolini could rise. False sense of security is the fact that there are treaties, there are conferences which are meaningless. Can we move to fascism? I want everybody's yes, then only we do that. Yes? Okay. Great Depression. I will tell you how Great Depression and 3 and 5 are related to 6. You will see. These two are actually related to 6. Okay, now. Well, first things first. There are 3 things we have to discuss here. Yeah, leagues of nations, if you want to say. Can you please explain speculation purpose? Speculation is for short-term gain. Speculators never remain in economy for long or in any stock market for long. Speculators try to take short-term profit. They are the ones who invest a lot of money also. If speculators will take out money out of the economy, that leads to crash. Now, you have to understand fascism as an ideology. And then we have to discuss 2 case studies of fascism, which is fascism or fascists of Italy and Nazism. See, Mussolini rose by 1925. He is the first fascist. And using the understanding of Mussolini, Hitler will rise in Germany by 1933. But Nazism and fascism are different. Fascism of Italy was original idea. And if you add to this fascism racism plus anti-Semitism, you get Nazism. Basically, what I'm trying to argue here is Nazism is a very, very dangerous ideology. Nazism, Hitler's ideology was extremely dangerous. While Mussolini was the pioneer in this, it is Hitler who actually made Nazism the real example of fascism, what it can be. So, what I want to discuss with you is what is fascism and its characteristic. This is a generic categorization of what is fascism. This is not the case study. Can we discuss the basic features of all fascists? Basic features of all fascists. Yes? Okay. First, fascists are ultra nationalists or extreme right oriented, and they use the nation and nationalism to justify everything. Basically, anything and everything is justified for the nation. See, we've discussed different brands of nationalism. Jingoism is not ultra nationalism. Ultra nationalism is a very dangerous thing. See, fascists do 2 things. We have seen political nationalism, we've seen economic nationalism, we've even seen what we call as rotten nationalism, which is rabid nationalism, which Serbia had. Now, the nationalism of Serbia, can we call it problematic? That type of self-obsession with Bosnia, that type of obsession with an area which can lead them to do anything, Bosnia. Now, take that rotten nationalism of Serbia and multiply it by 1,000. That is what is called ultra nationalism. Ultra nationalism is basically taking your nationalism to an extremely dangerous zone where you can be killed or you should kill in the name of the nation, and no question should be asked. Anything and everything as is justified in the name of the nation. And the point is that ultra nationalism is extremely bad. Ultra nationalism is not a good thing. Ultra nationalism, the point is, it uses a sense of revenge. What it do, the fascists, what they do is they use the sense of revenge to rally the people. They use the frustration and humiliation to get their tasks done, and people do not question. I'll give you a very simple example. Very simple example. You will try to understand. If I ask you to kill a person A, you may do it. You may do it if the compulsions are there. But 60 million, or rather we'll say 6 million Jews were killed in front of the German population, and they did not do anything. Hiroshima, Nagasaki happened in seconds. Lakhs of people were killed. Was it justified? No. But in the eyes of a fascist, all of this is justified. See, one thing I want to make you understand, one thing is that the fascists don't do it for the nation. They do it for themselves. They basically are using people. But fascism, we will discuss why Jews later. Holocaust, I will discuss with you. But the question is, why is ultra nationalism so dangerous? Ultra nationalism is dangerous because when people become blind of what is right and wrong, and when the sense of revenge or sense of control goes away, then you can justify any action. And the fascists are ultra nationalists, and they use the ultra nationalistic feeling in the people to get what they need to do. So anything and everything is, so don't call Benjamin Netanyahu a fascist. I will tell you there are multiple characteristics. I'm discussing in the context of the interwar period. Don't use this word very, very loosely, because fascism is a very specific thing. First things first, fascists are ultra nationalist, and anything and everything in the name of the nation is justified, and you cannot question the state for that. And people will become blind to the right and wrong because a sense of revenge is there, and that ultra nationalism is used to rally the people behind the issues and the interests of the fascist. Are we clear with regards to the first point? Who is a I'm now discussing the characteristics. First feature is fascists are ultra nationalists. Thereafter, two things. See, fascists need to come to power, and in the context of what we are doing, which is interwar period, fascists argued that they were anti-socialists. They were anti-socialists and hated socialism. Hated socialism. And a corollary extension of this is they are pro-capitalists and conservative. Fascists are very popular amongst industrialists, and more than that, by projecting anti-socialism, they use the money and power of capitalists to come to power. So now you need to understand, terrorist groups are not fascists. Again, first listen to me. Terrorism and fascism are different things. The question is, why hate socialism? Very good question. Now, if I am a industrialist who knows that if socialism comes to rise, my property will be gone. And if I go and say to that socialist, to that industrialist, give me 100 crores and I will protect you, will that person give that 100 crores? Ilma, they can do anything and everything for the nation, but they do it for themselves, but they will justify every action in the name of the nation. Anything and everything is justified in the name of the nation, not do it for the nation. So, yes, they will give that 100 crores. Yes, they will give that 100 crores. Capitalists fear socialism. So, fascists, what they do is that they very categorically show themselves as anti-socialist. The irony of this is that actually Hitler's father was a socialist. Hitler's party, before it was renamed Nazi party, was called German Workers' Party. The Nazi word, if you translate it into English, becomes NSDAP. NSDAP is National Socialist Democratic Party of Germany. So very simply, fascists are manipulators. Fascists are manipulators. They manipulate the people through ultranationalism and they manipulate the capitalists. See, one thing you should understand, and you should not be that innocent. People don't get elected because of the voters. In politics, people get elected because of the money which they're ready to push into the electoral landscape in that sense. Money plays a very important role in elections. So, in a way, for the fascists to come to power, they need money. And that money will come from the capitalists. But if I fear snakes, you will show me snakes. If the industrialists fear socialism, they take an anti-socialist stance. You need to understand this point that fascists change their line of thought very quickly. That very simply, somebody said voting has any effect, they would not. No, voting is a good thing. Don't be a pessimist. I'm not talking about you not having power. I'm talking about candidates trying to go into the electoral landscape. You need campaigning, you need money, you need people, you need pamphlets, you need a lot of money. Your vote matters, but your vote will be influenced by the way the candidate presents himself. For that, you need money. So, very simply, fascists are creating an illusion. They create this environment in which you will think that they are working for you. But basically, fascists are working for themselves. If you say that I love socialism and you have a lot of money, fascists will go and say to you, we also love socialism, give us the money. Yes, fascists are extreme right. So very simply, Fascists at this point of time, specifically Mussolini, had a very strong anti-socialist stance. Now do you get it? Why am I saying that socialism is one of the reasons for the Second World War? See, if I have to be very blunt to say, I'll tell you that basically Hitler and Mussolini were recruited by the capitalists of Europe to protect them against socialism. But the problem with Hitler was he had personal ambition also. And he derailed the process. And that is why, as you will see, not even before the Second World War will end, and this question between capitalism and socialism will come. So understand this point that fascists are very closely connected to capitalism. So socialism was the prevailing danger in the world. So therefore, the fascists took it as a way of arguing that we will protect you against them. So there are three things which we discussed. Fascists use the resentment of the people to come to power, ultranationalism. Fascists use an anti-socialist stance and become pro-capitalist to get the money of the capitalists so as to fight elections. These 3 points clear? There are further more points also. Yes? Come on. I want everybody's assertion. Yes or no? Now, the fourth and fifth point is equally interesting. Fascists use propaganda, press, and communication means to spread their own propaganda in the name of the nation. In the name of the nation. They are manipulators who change their stance very quickly. And sixth, they work through the cult of the leader, which is a charismatic leader who is the solution for everything. So basically, fascists, Yashpal again, if they're anti-socialist, how did they work together with USSR? Circumstantial interest. Understand this point. Fascism has ultranationalism, manipulation, charismatic leaders, anti-socialist stance, modern propaganda, and the biggest threat which fascists have, they use democracy to break democracy from within. See, fascists very simply use modern propaganda well. I will show it to you when I'll discuss Hitler. They tend to have certain news channels, if you want to say. They have the press in their hands. So what they do is that they tend to create a propaganda which may not be true. They are manipulators in the sense they change the stance very quickly. I'll give you a very simple example. Mussolini, when he started to rise, he said that he will make the Italian nation a republic. So the king of Italy became angry. So next day he will say, no, 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 that is fake news. I didn't say that Italy needs to become republic. Italy will be constitutional monarchy. Second day he said that the Pope is useless. Religion is useless. Pope became angry. People started to become angry. Next day will say, no, no, maine to bola hi nahi. I didn't say it. Pope is a very important integral element of the society. So they change their propaganda as per the need of what is there. They can be anti-socialist, but they can take money from socialists also. Understand this point. They are opportunists. They are not doing anything for anyone else. They are doing it for themselves to come to power. So they will change their stance as per they need to. This is nothing but what a politician does. Politicians are manipulators. But this is a more dangerous politician because he manipulates to do anything and everything. If a fascist says that we all need to take a bomb and go and destroy a certain nation, everybody needs to go to war, we will do it because we have been manipulated by that fascist. So they are doing it for themselves, they're doing it for their own power. But the biggest point is fascists are very dangerous because they use democracy to break democracy. They always enter into power through democracy. Mussolini also did it, Hitler also did it. Hitler's Nazi party actually won elections, was the single largest party. Hitler was the chancellor of Germany. Prime Minister of Italy was Mussolini. But when they enter into democracy, they break democracy from within. They will very quickly destroy democracy from within by literally changing the whole fabric of democracy. That is why democracy is so fragile in that sense. We as democratic citizens have to always be very clear of fascists, because fascists mask themselves as democratic leaders who may be using you to basically capture power and push their own agenda. They use press very well, they use propaganda very well, and they can change their stance at any point of time. They are manipulators, need to understand this point. So fascism is a dangerous ideology, but it has a lot of standard concepts. One leader will be there, for example, Mussolini, Hitler, who are seen as a solution, the cult of the leader. When Hitler used to speak, people used to cry. Mussolini used to speak, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh people used to come to see him here, or rather come to him, see him speak. So try to understand this point, that fascists are very, very dangerous, what we call as dictators in a way. But their type of dictatorship is called totalitarianism or totalitarian state and leaders. They're called totalitarianism or totalitarian because once they come to power, they control everything. When will you get up? When will you do you have access to medicine? What should be? Who can reproduce? Who cannot reproduce? Everything they control. So fascism is the ideology behind totalitarianism, and fascism has changed over the period. There are neo-fascist party today. Trump is a neo-fascist. Xi Jinping is a neo-fascist. Putin is a neo-fascist. For example, Kim Jong-un is a neo-fascist. Trump is a very good example of neo-fascism, which is he's a very big manipulator. He changes his statements very quickly. He doesn't care what the press says, but he's creating his own news. He has a cult of a leader that people will die for Trump also. He said, I'll shoot a baby in on the New York street, what we call as at the Wall Street, and nobody can do nothing to me. And the biggest issue with Trump or these neo-fascists is that it is very, very hard to undercut their politics, because democracy needs people to stand up against these type of people. So no, the press is not free. Who told you that press is free? And today the point is not that. It seems to be very difficult. Not Leo-fascist, neo means new. It's not Leo-fascist, neo-fascist. Try to understand this point, that you can be mobilized if somebody says something in your interest. For example, a neo-fascist, what he will do right now, if today a leader tells you that as soon as I come to power, I will basically dissolve the UPSC, and every student who does a BTech, BA, and an MA will automatically get an IPS position. Would you give that politician a chance? Would you give that politician a chance? Obviously, you will say your ethics, your fake ethics is saying it. You will, of course, give him a chance. And the problem with dictators and the problem with totalitarian fascists are they only need one chance. They only need one chance. Now, I will give you a very important word of advice. Now, I will give you a very important word of advice. Are we clear with regards to the concept of fascism? Because then I want to go to Italy and Germany and tell you how these two people will rise. Okay. Totalitarian fascists are neo-fascists. No, totalitarianism is the concept that does not exist today, but neo-fascism does it. They've changed their stance, they've changed their own understanding, but the basic recipe remains the same. What is new in? They are not anti-socialists, because anti-socialism is not an agenda which will push forward. Rather, they will talk about how they will protect the. See, so in every country, there's a different lobby which they actually talk about. So, for example, Trump represents the lobby which is extremely conservative, that Republican lobby. So, he's changing his agenda. He may not follow anything what the Republicans do, but he's aligning himself that way. Now, how neo-fascists are different? Again, fascism, what I am telling you, is an ideology which exists in the interwar period. Do you live today in 1923, 24, 25? This is the core concept. I put in the word neo means new. New fascism is the new way fascism. The best example of a neo-fascist is the Italian Prime Minister. She is a extremely conservative party member. She comes from a extreme right party of Italy. And that is a very dangerous thing. The last time somebody like that came, the Second World War happened. So, Meloni is actually a neo-fascist. Now, a very important word of advice, very, very important word of advice, is that first, don't use this word fascism loosely. Benjamin Netanyahu is a fascist. This is a fascist. That is a fascist. Don't do that. Because you really don't know what you're saying when it comes to calling them a fascist. Second thing is, when I will tell you what Hitler and Mussolini were, then you will realize calling modern leader fascist is actually disrespect to Hitler. There was only one Hitler, and there will always be one only Hitler. The modern nation state politicians, be Trump, Xi Jinping, Putin, they don't even come close to the shadow of Hitler. Hitler was a manipulator beyond exception. So by calling a person Hitler, you are basically doing a tawheen of Hitler. Hitler, Mussolini were very smart. Fascist leaders are extremely smart and very big manipulators. Just because in your understanding these things may apply to India, it doesn't mean that we are a fascist nation. So don't quote me articles which are half baked or are basically based on a certain type of agenda. Fascism is not good. Neo-fascist trends will always be there because right parties will always be there. So by you saying all these criteria are yes for this country, you are basically underplaying these criteria. And you actually have no idea how bad fascists can be. The fact that you have today the power to call somebody a fascist means that you are not in a fascist state. Because when somebody said that Hitler's mustache is not good, they were literally picked up and burnt alive. So the fact of the matter that today your Article 19 is protected and you can go to the judiciary and you have the right to stand in the street to hold a board and say that this person is a fascist, and you still come out alive, is actually testament to the strength of the democracy of that country and even India. There will always be people who try to destroy democracy, but that is the task of you and me to identify them. Unfortunately, because UPSC asked you to study world history, that is why you are studying world history. 99.9999% of the Indian population does not know the difference between Hitler and Mussolini. And some of you may be thinking Mussolini is a woman, Mussolini is a man, he's a he. I get this question also. What did she do? It's not she, it's he. Benito Mussolini. So, unfortunately, the people who will vote for the people who will come to power have no idea what fascism is. So, sitting in this ivory tower and saying that this is a fascist, this is a fascist, this is a fascist, doesn't actually do anything. This point I made yesterday also in the webinar. Stop pushing your opinion in such a direction that you will get caught up somewhere. Because what will happen is in the interview, you will somehow use the word fascist. And then the whole interview will be firefighting, because they will say, what do you mean by fascism? You will give them vague examples. You will then not be able to explain yourself. And that interview, which should have been the best experience of your life, now the board thinks that you are a fascist. So understand this point, that I don't say that fascism is good and bad. It is extremely bad. It is the worst thing which can ever happen to the whole system. But don't try to apply this half-baked on the modern economies and modern democracies. If this is clear, then I want to go to Italy and discuss. Now what we have to do is discuss rise of Mussolini and rise of Hitler and how the war started. Three things I have to discuss in the next hour. Can I do that? Right parties will always exist. Conservative parties will always exist. Will they become neo-fascist is totally on the voter and on the leaders. Separate issue altogether. So please don't use these terms very, very loosely. Okay. Yes, this is specific to the interwar period. This is very specific to the period between 1919 to 1939. Please understand this point. Okay. Now I'm going to go to Italy and we will discuss the first country to become influenced by a fascist and the pioneer of the fascist ideology itself, which is Benito Mussolini. Can we do that? Okay. Now, there are factors which allowed for, there are factors that allowed fascism to rise. First of this was Treaty of Versailles. Now you will say, sir, if Italy was fighting on the part of Britain and France, why are you saying that the Treaty of Versailles is a factor for Italy to become fascist? And the reason for that is Italy took lot of loans. Italy lost 7 to 8 lakh people in the war also. The Italians paid a lot of attention to fighting this war because they were given a promise that they will get some Asian islands of the coast of Greece and their most important prized possession, which is the Trinotrist area. Trinotrist is a very fertile sector, Italian speaking, but was not given to them previously. So Britain and France said, we will give you this area, fight on our side. However, when the Treaty of Versailles happened, or Versailles happened, Britain and France said, what Trinotrist? Is it a type of cheese? No, we didn't promise you anything. You fought for your own understanding. And basically, Italy gained nothing out of the war, and more than that, lost a lot of resources and men, and national debt also rose quickly. So they had taken loans from the USA to fight. Now the consequence of this is Italians develop a severe sense of hatred towards the West, and they are angry, feel betrayed, and they want revenge. And this is basically the the basic components of ultranationalism. So today, or in that moment, if I tell an Italian that let's all take one sword and go and chop the British, will the Italians do it? Will the Italians do it? Yes, they will. That is the level of hatred which they have. They felt betrayed, they felt angry. Killing a Britisher was national service. Why? Because you lost 7 lakh men, not today, obviously not today. If you lost 7 lakh men and you have national debt which you have to pay back, and you gain not even 1 inch of land, you will be very, very angry as a nation. So this is why I called the Treaty of Versailles the worst treaty, because it did nothing for anyone else other than British and France. Now comes the second factor. The second factor is again very straightforward. With rising debt and economic impact of the war, and this is not related to Great Depression. It was much before the Great Depression that Italy became fascist. Socialism was rising in Italy. Private property was threatened. Workers' association in the model of Russian in the model of Russian Soviets were developing. Strikes became common, and all of this only means one thing: industrialists feared a socialist revolution. And again you can see these are the factor or components for an anti-socialist to use the capitalists. So it is the fear of socialism which is important. Anybody has any issue in understanding this? This should be again a very straightforward, simple point, not difficult that ways. Okay. Now comes the most interesting aspect. which is very bad democratic experience. See, after the war, Italy did become a democracy. But the worst thing which they could do to themselves, or the miscalculation or wrong decision which was taken in this constitution, which our Constituent Assembly very actively avoided, was going for proportional representation for elections. See, India uses what is called the FTTP, which is first past the post system, wherein if you have four candidates A, B, C, D, total number of votes is 100. This person gets 10, this person gets 20, this person gets 40. No, not 40. 1 second. 30. This person gets 40 and this person gets 30. Then this person will win the election. This person will win the election. If this person had, for example, it was A and B and it was 100, he had 49 and he had 51, then B would win. Basically, the number of votes you get should be more than the next candidate. First, pass the post system. But if you look at it as per vote share, this system is actually problematic. Because though 40 people voted for you, 60 people did not vote for you. In the first case, 60 people did not vote for you, but still you came to power. This is called first past the post system. Proportional representation is that if there is 100 seats, A, B, C is there, the vote share decides how much seats you will get. Then 10 seats will go to A, 60 seats will go to B, and 30 seats will go to C. In this, everybody is represented by their proportional representation to vote share. But in a new democracy, proportional representation plus multi-party system, what will it lead to? If you have proportional representation and you have multi-party system, what will it lead to? No, it will lead to what we call as unstable governments. Then this is what happened in Italy. In multi-party system, what started to happen in Italy was no one got a majority. And the biggest issue was that this meant that there were very unstable governments, fragmented policy, which is called policy paralysis. Every 2 months, the prime minister needs to change. They were a constitutional monarchy. Every 2 months, their prime minister used to change. Now, if I am a country which came out of monarchy, and then I see that every 2 days there's a new prime minister, does it actually show to the people that democracy is stable? And this is what they came to a conclusion with. Democracy equals to instability. Unfortunately, this is what they came to as a conclusion for. That only when you have one person ruling, then you can actually have stable government. It's technically not true. And a similarity between Germany and Italy is this only. Both Germany and Italy went with proportional representation. And now we should actually worship our Constituent Assembly that they did not choose in a country like India proportional representation. Because the same story would have happened here also. And very quickly, this complicated system would have destroyed India. So using first past the post system, people will give a lot of lecture on how it does not represent the mandate of the people. But for a country like India, which was coming out of 200 years of colonialism, it was the best system possible at that point of time. So the point is, the Treaty of Versailles has made people very, very angry. The democratic experience shows that democracy is useless, and there is a lot of socialistic trend which is rising. Socialistic trend which is rising. Yes, it is. This is used for the president's election. Yes. Now, in this context, Benito Mussolini will rise. Can I talk about Mussolini? Everybody understands the context? Okay. Now, Benito Mussolini was actually a journalist. He was a journalist. And he forms his party called the Fascist Party of Italy. The word fascist actually comes from, this is the period between 1921 and 25. I'll give you the timeline. This party, the word fascist comes from the word fasces. Fasces is basically a symbol which is there in Italy. It's an old Roman symbol. What you see here, this is called a fasces, basically an axe. This is actually the symbol of power in Roman ideology and Roman symbolism. So that is why he called it the Fascist Party of Italy, or the fascist-based party of Italy. And that is why the word fascist comes out of this only, because Benito Mussolini was the one who pioneered it. Now, Mussolini was a very good orator. He used to know what to speak in front of the other person. And between 1921 and 1925, he will now start to do the drama which will make him what he is or what he will become later. First things first, Benito Mussolini will start to criticize the government. That the government, through his propaganda, he will argue that the government is useless, democracy is useless. He will also then go after the king, saying that the king is useless, but then when the king will become angry, he will change, no, my republic, my Italy will be constitutional monarchy. Then he will talk about religion in problematic aspects. So then Pope will become angry, he will change his stance on the Pope. Pope is the best. He will say that I am the only person who can give decisive, stable leadership to Italy. And I am the only one who can actually undo what the Treaty of Versailles did. But more than that, what Mussolini did was, he went to the capitalists of Italy and said that I am here to protect you. I am ready to protect you. You don't have to worry till I am alive. And therefore, he took a very strong anti-socialist stance very quickly. Now, how did he come to power is based on a very interesting story. Nobody is asking you that story, but you need to understand it. So, in the March of 1922, the Socialist Party of Italy called for a general strike. You would know what is a general strike, that the strike would be there across Italy. All workers will stop working. And this was to basically create pressure on the government for workers' welfare. And the Italian industrialists were very, very nervous about this general strike. Now, a random person called Benito Mussolini and his fascist party have not contested election, 0 position, 0 votes, and 0 seats. He will now do a call, and the call will be that if the government will not be able to stop this general strike, I will march to Rome and capture power. People said, sure, why not? And the government was in so much chaos that the government was not able to stop the general strike. Now, as soon as that happens, Mussolini will organize in October of 1922 his very famous walk or the march to Rome. not more than 10,000 people. But at this point of time, there was a trend that every political party also had a paramilitary wing. And he had his what are called the black shirts. Mussolini, with his very crisp Hugo Boss uniform, his belts made out of Dior and Gucci, and his very well made uniform in very good Italian textile, he walks to Rome. He marches to Rome with 10-15,000 people, some of them being armed also. Now he goes to the parliament and starts to scream that I am Mussolini. Let the prime minister come out. I am here to capture power. Bahar nikal. That you were not able to stop the march to the general strike. You need to come out. I have been asked by the people of Italy to capture power with only handful of people standing behind it. So it's basically like all of us go to the Parliament of India today, and in front of the main gate of the Parliament, I start to scream that give me power. I don't believe in the government. We have been given by the mandate by the people of India to capture power. Now, the Prime Minister at this point of time is basically a person called Louis Facta. Facta will say, "Bhai, kaun hai tu? Who are you? Kaun hai bhai? Who are you that you are asking for? Go contest elections, win the elections. Once you've won the elections, you come and sit in the parliament, then change everything." Now, in all of this, the king, who is Victor Emmanuel II, he will, you don't have to write all of this down. He will, and everything is written in the PPT also, he will get to know that Mussolini is standing in front of the parliament. And he will send a message to Facta that I want to see the leadership of Mussolini, and I am using my executive power to nominate Benito Mussolini as the prime minister of this country. This is the power of a fascist and his propaganda. That the king thought that maybe the decisive leadership of Mussolini is needed. Let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance. And without contesting elections and without actually doing anything, based on his march to Rome and his charisma and his propaganda and his way of speaking and his basic understanding, he very simply went to Rome, and the king nominated him as the prime minister. He said, this is the Nayak type scene wherein 2-3 months, how does he do? So now a fascist had entered the ranks. Now the first thing which Mussolini will do is now start to manipulate the laws. And what he does is he introduces a whole set of electoral reform which are called the Ekrebo laws. Ekrebo laws. He will now start to change the electoral role itself. He will remove the socialists. He will reduce the workers' representation, and now ask his party to contest the election. And because of being in power, he was able to manipulate the electoral roll in such a way that he actually was able to win a majority in the Italian proportional representation based parliament because of that level of manipulation. Now, as soon as he becomes the single largest party in the Italian parliament, now he will introduce further set of constitutional reform and say that the prime minister is not responsible to the parliament, he is only responsible to the king. And the prime minister in himself can also promulgate laws through decrees. So no need to legislate laws. Whilst doing this, 1924-25, he will keep on consolidating the power in the PM. And in 1925, he will proclaim himself as Deuce. Deuce means leader of the Italian Republic. And now a fascist showed how he changed from a prime minister to a dictator and how he was able to use his basic propaganda to capture power in a democratic country very easily. And this is basically the rise of Mussolini. True colors come out once they enter the parliamentary space. Can I repeat this story out of the PPT and we talk about Hitler then? Yes? Okay. Now, when we talk about fascism and Nazism, Italy, there were certain factors that allowed for fascism to rise. Italy had been promised the Trino Trist area from Austria, which was not given. It was given protectorate. It was told that it will be given protectorate status of Albania, not given. No Aegean islands given. 7 lakh people were dead, and nothing of these promised lands were given to Italy. Thereafter, there was also heavy wartime borrowing which they did. The US now needed to be repaid. Value of their currency lira will depreciate, cost of living will increase, and massive unemployment will spread throughout Italy in the 1920s. Add to it, there was a contempt which was rising, or a concept which was developing, that parliamentary system is useless. After the war, universal male suffrage and proportional representation was introduced in Italy. And now there were multiplicity of parties having no majority in the government, internally into very short-lived coalition governments and policy paralysis. Thereafter, Tulsi will do the questions once we've covered this section. Tomorrow, I will do the previous year questions. Don't worry about the questions. Understand the concept. Then, there were also wave of strikes between 1919 and 1920, wherein, because Italy had embraced rapid industrialization after the war itself, there was a sense that there was a working class which was rising. But strong socialist parties and trade unions will be formed. Since 1870, they were industrializing, but accelerated during the First World War. Strikes became very often. So Russian Soviet-like factory councils were developing, and now private property was under attack, and they were scared that private property would basically be threatened in that sense. It is in this context that Mussolini came with this agenda that I will give strong and stable leadership. He embraced the anti-socialist agenda very well, guaranteed law and order. He even received the support of wealthy businessmen, middle class, because he said, "I will protect your property." Started to support him when he started to give conciliatory speeches. King supported him when he dropped his Republican agenda. And when he will form his National Fascist Party in 1921, he will have a very strong nationalist agenda and a corporatist agenda, which is to promote corporates and promote the government, the interest of the industrialists. And now, the way he captured power was that when there was a general strike attempt in the summer of 1922, the socialists called for a general strike, and fascists, and specifically Mussolini, threatened a march to Rome if the government is not able to stop it. On March to Rome, October 1922, once the government fails, he does the march to Rome. Poorly armed black shirts, his small paramilitary will go to Rome. Louis Facta will try to counter that demonstration. King Victor Emmanuel III, I said second, it is Victor Emmanuel III, will invite Mussolini to form a new government. As soon as he will form a new government, he will now introduce the Acrebo laws, which will give his party two-thirds majority automatically. Fascists will now win a majority by 1924, full majority. His opponents will be murdered or imprisoned, and there will be new changes in the constitution. The prime minister was now only responsible to the king. He can make his own laws. And by doing that, he had just changed the whole electoral landscape of Italy. And by 1925, May of 1925, he will call himself the Deuce of the Italian Social Republic with autocratic powers, therefore becoming the dictator. Acrebo laws are the laws which change the electoral system of Italy. I don't care how, but it did it. Not dude, deuce. Italian word for leader. Why Mussolini had his anti-socialist agenda? Obviously, if private property is threatened, then obviously he will try to go and ask the capitalist for money so that he can make those uniforms which he used to wear very expensive. And also, he needed power and money of the capitalist to show to the king and show to the people that he had the power to rule Italy. Are we clear? Are we clear with regards to the Italian story? Nobody is going to ask you how did Mussolini come to power, but I'm telling you this because I want to show you something. How fascists break democracy from within. They enter democracy to break democracy from within. Are we clear with Italian story? Yes, no? Yes. Okay. Now we go to Germany. Now we go to Germany. Now Germany is a little bit later. Palak, I don't know what you are confused about. You need to tell me what you're confused about. There is Great Depression, there is socialism, there is Hitler, there is Mussolini, and we have discussed Mussolini, how he came to power. Fascists have these basic characteristics. We've discussed that by looking at Hitler and Mussolini and coming up with basic characteristics. And this is the thing. They changed the laws. I don't care what they did. He captured power. That's it. So that is the point. So there are multiple stories together. They're happening together. That is the issue. Great Depression is now going to become the background for Germany. We are moving back and forth in time. That is the basic point. So war is over. Great Depression happens. But even before that, Mussolini has captured power. Now, Germany. The German story is a little bit later. But Germany, when it lost the war, it went and wrote a new constitution. And that constitution was written at the city of Weimar. And that is why the republic which came into existence is called the Weimar Republic. Because it is based on the Weimar constitution. Weimar is a city in Italy. Now, why did Viktor III become so fond? Because he thought that he had the power to have a stable government. That is the propaganda. That is the power of a charismatic leader. Now, Weimar Republic from the beginning itself started to struggle because Germany had a war reparation clause. Germany had too many economic issues. So the basic point is Germany was in a very bad state. So the Weimar Republic struggled from the beginning itself. Now, if I add to this the fact that the Treaty of Versailles happened, I don't need to tell you why the Germans would hate this treaty. The Germans hated the clauses of the treaty, and more than that, Germany was humiliated beyond exception. And the biggest thing is right parties, ultra nationalists existed as soon as war was over. So Treaty of Versailles is one of the biggest factors why Hitler was able to do what he did. But the political landscape of Germany was also very complicated. In Germany, there were three types of parties. One was called the SPD, the other one was called the KPD, and the other ones were called extreme right parties. See, KPD means Communist Party of Germany, Deutschland, that is why that D. This is the Socialist Party of Germany, and this is basically the conservative ultra nationalists. Now, which will be more radical, KPD or SPD? Which will be more radical, SPD or KPD? KPD. This is extreme left and this is extreme right. So you can see both extremes existed. Both extremes existed. Die Deutschland, they call themselves Deutschland, that is why D. These are German spellings and their acronyms. This is the party, SPD, which was the neutral democratic one. And they are the ones who were also Weimar Republic majority leaders were basically SPD leaders. Now, what is extreme right and left? Extreme left means they want to topple the government. A very good example of the extreme left would be Naxals. Naxalism is extreme left. So think of them like that. Extreme right would be ultra nationalists, such as Hitler. So the point is, this is a recipe for chaos. Both exist in Germany. Now we have the Treaty of Versailles. We have the concept of the SME. You can do one thing. You can push the German spellings of KPD, SPD. Then they will actually realize what they actually mean. So when you will Google it, you will get KPD bracket German spelling. Just copy it and paste it in the chat section. Thank you for that. Okay. Now, Treaty of Versailles is an issue. Second is that at the end of the day, they also did the blunder of having proportional representation in Weimar Constitution. And this meant that again people came to the conclusion democracy equals to instability. Third is that socialism already existed in Germany as SPD and KPD. So thank you so much for this. The SME has pushed, you see, the names. The Kommunistische Partei Deutschlands, KPD. The Sozialistische Partei Deutschlands, which is SPD. So you see the word KS, they come from that. This is the full forms of these are the German spellings acronyms. Now, last but not the least is here Great Depression will play a very important role. Now, can I discuss how does Hitler come to power? Factors you see are more or less the same. Okay. Now you see in Germany, even before Hitler tried to capture power, both left and right tried to do it. The first event which happened is called the Spartakist uprising. In this, the KPD and extreme left tried to capture power. But what happened was the right blocked it. Then the Kaap push happened, in which the extreme right tried to capture power and the left stopped them. And it is in this Kaap push that Hitler was also there. Hitler had fought in the First World War and he was an extreme right personality, but he was there in the Kaap push. He will get arrested also. And that is why before he became what he was in the jail for 3 years. Now, these two episodes tell us one thing or show us something, that would it be right to say that neither the extreme left or neither the extreme right can capture power? Because both are undercutting each other. Yes? So neither Spartacist uprising became true or neither Kaap push became true. So Hitler learned from this. And Hitler, what he did, Adolf Hitler, what he did was that he came up with an idea, which is a middle path. And the middle path was he took over as president of a party called the Germans Workers' Party, which his father was a member of. And he will then rename the party as National Socialist Democratic Party of Germany, which is NSDAP or NAZI. The word Nazi is basically the acronym for his party. The Nazi Party it was called. Nazi Party it was called. So Hitler has realized something, that he should not take either path. But now Hitler, you see, is arguing that he's a nationalist also, right? He's a socialist also, which he had nothing as a streak, and he's democratic also. So it's basically a tiger calling himself a vegetarian. That I am a nationalist also, I am a socialist also, I am a democratic personality. And Hitler could see that this manipulation could work. Now, what Hitler did is, now he's how he came to power. Adolf Hitler used the distress of the Great Depression well. So when the Great Depression will hit Germany 1929-32 period, his Nazi party became more and more popular, because the government was struggling to even pay the army and the police any form of salaries. His Nazi party will offer employment also. The Nazi party had a very important wing which is called the SA. SA, the full form is basically Stum Abdulum. Don't have to remember it. Stum Abdulum is basically like the black shirts or the red guard. They are the para military wing of the Nazi party. And what it used to do was used to give a stipend or some amount of money to its members. And people would rather become a part of the SA to actually become the part of the German army. That is the popularity which Hitler has. Hitler again is saying, what I will do as soon as I will come to power, I will defy the clauses of the Treaty of Versailles. I will do undo everything. And his main ideology was called Lebenstraum. This word is a German word which means living space. So what Hitler used to argue was that the Germans are suffocated. We live in this small country. The Germans across the European sector want to come together. We want more living space. Lebensraum. So he used to say that I will expand Germany in such a way that we as Germans are not suffocated after the Treaty of Versailles. So Hitler is making all the right noises which he needs to make by saying that you join my SS to Mabdaloon, I'll give you employment. I will make sure that Germany becomes great again and Germany is able to defy all the Treaty of Versailles clauses. I will also try to go and have a union with Austria because they are Germans at the end of the day. All Germans in Europe will be protected. And Hitler's popularity became so much that when in 1931 and 32, he fought elections. Hitler actually fought the elections. He fought elections, and the Nazi party at one point of time was also the single largest party. But as soon as the Great Depression started to ease a little bit, he started to also lose seats. What does this tell us? If Hitler loses seats as soon as the Great Depression eases, what does it show? What is the correlation here? What is the correlation? The more things become better, the less people are interested in the propaganda of Hitler. So Hitler was using the fear of the socialists and also the distress of the Great Depression to say, I am the solution. But if there will be no problem, then what are you a solution of? So very simply, his single largest party tag was important for him to show that he was an important leader. Now, what Hitler will do is that by the then president Hindenburg was one of the most celebrated generals of the Germans, and he became the president also. He will nominate Hitler as the chancellor. Hitler as the chancellor. So Hitler will basically become the prime minister of Germany in 1932 period. However, the ease of or the Great Depression is easing. Now Hitler needs to do something. Can I tell you how he will capture power? How he will capture power? He needs to do two things. Okay. These are not in chronological order, but the first thing which Hitler does was that he needed to undercut the constitutional executive positions. So first thing what happened was, fortunately for Hitler, during his rise, Hindenburg will die. Whilst he was chancellor, Hindenburg will die. And now you see what type of drama Hitler is going to do. At Hindenburg's funeral, whilst the rain was pouring on his uniform, having no umbrella, standing in the rain, Hitler, the most prolific orator of the world, now gave a very emotional speech, and he said that I cannot imagine a Germany without Hindenburg. And I think that if we replace Hindenburg with a new president, it is the ultimate disrespect to Hindenburg. He was our leader. He was the greatest general. And I think we should dissolve the position of the president because there can be no one other than Hindenburg as the president. He also says, why stop here? Let us also dissolve the position of chancellor. Let's dissolve these positions because these are mo maya. Maya hai. I am not hungry for power. Call me my Führer. Call me my Führer. And Führer means my leader. Führer word is my leader. So Hitler was never called chancellor, was never called president. He was called Führer, leader. So now what Hitler has done is, in all this soap opera type Kasauti Zindagi ka drama, what he's actually done is that he has in one stroke dissolved both the executive positions and he's now become the Führer. But still, the task is not complete. He needs to capture power. And the socialists are becoming more and more relevant and becoming more and more powerful. And in order to capture power, he needed to do one very important thing. And that moment in German history is called the turning point, which is called the Reichstag fire of 1933. Can I discuss this? And we can stop with Hitler coming to power and trying to take Czechoslovakia. We can do that? Okay. Now Hitler, by the time he becomes chancellor, he has two very important organizations. So you would know this also, that Hitler had three very important deputies. Hitler had three very important deputies: Himmler, Goring, and Goebbels. Now, basically, these three represented three important institutions which were there within the Nazi party. Hitler had one thing called the SA, Sturmabteilung, which is under Himmler, which is basically a paramilitary wing, his own army. And he also had what is called the SS. SS is called Sturmstaffel. Sturmstaffel is like how you today have the SPG, which is basically his personal security. Once he will become a totalitarian leader, he will also have one more body. Anybody can tell me the third body which he created after becoming the Führer? Come on, you know it. SA is his paramilitary wing. SS is his personal security. Sturmabteilung, Sturmstaffel. Come on, you know the organization which he created, which was basically under Goebbels. It's not the army. Come on, Nazi party already you know. Not Weimar, not SPD. Have you ever heard about something called Gestapo? Gestapo is basically his secret police, like the KGB and the CIA. So, three institutions he will create: SA, SS, Gestapo. Gestapo will be under Goebbels, Goring will control SS, Himmler will control SA. Now, very, very, very straightforward. As the SM is also pushed, the SA was the assault division of the Nazi party, and the SS was the protective agent. Agent means his own paraphernalia. Now, what is the Reichstag fire? Now, Hitler needs to capture power. Hitler needs to capture power. Now, what he did was he planned a very interesting thing. Hitler's SS will kill an SPD leader, will kill a KPD leader, and they will very categorically kill a Jew who was an SPD leader. So the SS will kill these three people, and Hitler is going to ask the SA and the SS to take these three bodies and plant them in the Reichstag. Reichstag basically is the word for parliament, in the German parliament. And then he will ask the SA to pour gasoline and petrol and burn the Reichstag. So in a very dramatic fashion, in 1933, the German parliament was burning with the SPD, KPD and the Jewish SPD leader, where he was trying to link Bolshevism with Judaism, or what we call Judaism. We'll discuss the Jewish connection later. And these bodies were planted. Now, overnight, the whole parliament will burn. And in the morning, Hitler will wake up and say, what national calamity has happened to Germany? Who are these enemies of the state who have tried to burn the institution of democracy? Mera ghar hai wo. They have burnt the institution of democracy in Germany. I will not let these people, this temple of democracy, to be burnt by the enemies of the state. He says, I will send my own personal guard, the SS, to do an inquiry and check who did it. The SS will go very conveniently, take out the three bodies and show it to the media. The SPD leader and their ID cards were with them. So now Hitler says, the socialists are an enemy of the state. These KPD leaders, these SPD leaders, these Jews are the problem of this nation. He had nothing personal with Jews. He just needed to link Judaism with Bolshevism so that he could capture what he called Jewish enterprises to give Germans employment. Now, very simply, Reichstag fire, Hitler will now say, I will cleanse this society of all people who are against the nation of Deutschland, of Germany. And very categorically, based on the Reichstag fire, he will kill most of his opponents, kill most of the SPD leaders and KPD leaders. He'll purge the whole society. However, even after doing this, when in 1933 the election happened, still Hitler lost seats. And then Hitler realized that he needs to do something and now push the issue. And what he will do is, while sitting in his home, he will ask the SA and the SS to now surround the parliament, which was now meeting in an opera called the Kroll Opera. And whilst doing that, he said, capture power, and the SA and the SS will make the parliament pass what is called the enabling laws, which will make Hitler dictator for life. And from 1933 to 39 onwards, which we will discuss tomorrow, he will now start to push in his own agenda that will in turn lead to the Second World War to start. So this is the dramatic way in which Hitler captured power. There's much more nuance to this. There's much bigger other elements also. But this is enough to understand how he was a basic, he's a very good manipulator. He's a very good, what we call as assessor of situations. So the point is, I'll read this portion out from the PPT and then we'll break for today. Germany moved towards defeat in the First World War. That in turn led to shift in public opinion. The king had to flee. The SPD leaders, Friedrich Ebert, became the first president of the Weimar Republic, written in the Weimar Constitution in the Weimar city. And they took a parliamentary system in which you have a president and a chancellor. Now, the factors for the rise of Nazism are linked to the Treaty of Versailles, which had humiliated the Germans properly, and nationalist propaganda was against them that quite a lot. They also had a lack of respect for democracy generally in Germany, because they used to believe that the army is the true source of power. And in the First World War, the army was betrayed by its leaders. On the other hand, in the background, there will be two. What happened to the loan? Hitler will stop paying the loan itself. Now, there will be two incidents in which the left and the right will try to capture power, wherein in the Spartacist uprising, the communists will try to seize power, but that will not happen. In the Kaap push, the right will try to capture power, but the left will block it. And therefore, it was very clear that left and right can't capture power until and unless Hitler changes the nature of the German Worker Party to the NSDAP. Then the Great Depression will hit. And once the government will go into chaos, and literally the government will not be able to manage the people and even give them basic salaries, now Hitler will find the position and his understanding to be very favorable. In that context, the Nazi party will start to win the elections. And by 1932, Nazi party became the single largest party in Germany. And this made Hindenburg more and more inclined to make Adolf Hitler and his propaganda and his charisma to become the chancellor, and he will become the chancellor. The Nazi party used a very specific type of agenda. Yes, all of them, SAS, Gestapo, formed by Hitler. He said that I will bring in national unity. I will give everybody employment, full employment. He said that we are working against these enemies of the state, these socialists. That is an anti-socialist agenda. He said that he will overthrow the Treaty of Versailles and bring all Germans under one rule. He's also the one who had an essay which basically gave people employment to show how Hitler was talking about employment. And there was a lot of difference between these very non-charismatic SPD leaders and Hitler, who used to hold a lot of power in the society. The fear of the communist revolution and his own persona allowed him to become what he was. Now, how he actually captured power was the Reichstag fire in 1933 March. Huge fire will be there. Polarized elections will happen. He will blame the communists and the Jews of having doing that. However, the SA will purge the opponents and the state apparatus will be used to kill and consolidate power. However, even after that, Hitler was not fully consolidating power and there were seats which were being lost. So the Nazi army will surround the Kroll Opera and enabling laws will be passed which will make Hitler the dictator he became, which in turn will lead to him to start the Second World War, which I will discuss with you tomorrow. But before I do that, I want to just discuss one very basic point with you. The stories of Hitler and Mussolini are immaterial. What really matters to you is that how these dictators are using democracy to destroy democracy. When we come back tomorrow, I will talk about the policy of appeasement, which was used by Hitler quite a lot. A policy of appeasement which was followed by the British and the French, and that was used by Hitler. We'll talk about the Second World War, and we'll also talk about the Cold War politics. Today, what I have established is all the causes of the Second World War. Treaty of Versailles, Great Depression, fragile democracies, rise of Hitler, Mussolini, fascism, and how democracy was threatened in the interwar period. So, is the interwar period clear? If it is, then we'll talk about Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and then the Second World War. Yes? Everybody, totally clear? Perfect. Perfect. So tomorrow we have class. Yes, we meet at 6 a.m. tomorrow and we finish Second World War and Cold War politics. And remember, Tuesday is your doubt session. Do send the questions to the IS live in that sense. Thank you. I will see you tomorrow 6 a.m. Don't be late. And this was already as part of our design of our course when it came to Saturday class. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I hope you found these stories interesting and straightforward. Thank you. Have a very productive day. Take care.